All right, we are back. Finally, having overcome technical difficulties. Welcome to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. I finally have a new cable, so you won't hear me cutting out anymore. We are going to focus today on the auction, watches online auction, the Dubai edit, as they have called it, from Christie's. A lot of interesting pieces. Um, One that I want to focus on is actually something that I posted on my Instagram yesterday. And this is Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph that once belonged to Michael Gerard Tyson, otherwise known as Kid Dynamite, otherwise known as Iron Mike, otherwise known as Mike Tyson. And it actually comes with a certificate of origin that's signed to Mr. Michael Gerard Tyson, dated in the March of 1998. So you can presume that um, Mike wanted to treat himself to something nice after having suffered back to back defeats to Holyfield, which had really stopped his comeback in his tracks. And as my friend Jake Brooks, has reminded me in the chat yesterday, it's it's a kind of watch that matches his outfit in the ring, um, because this was presumably a 3970 EP with a white dial, but at the request of the owner, at the request of one Mike Tyson, the dial has been actually changed out to a black dial with Arabic numerals, and the handset was changed from the baton hands to the feuille hands, which makes this piece looks aesthetically like the 5004, rather than the 3970 that it actually is. It looks like that famous, iconic split seconds chronograph perpetual calendar that Patek has made. What was that? 1 second, guys. All right, we're back. So this piece is actually part of the Dubai edit for the Watches Online auction. And it is lot number 44, going up soon with quite a hefty estimated value, I have to say. But we will, of course, take a look at. Let me see. The link I prepared, I feel, has betrayed me, but now I found the right one. I have been able to go through the first few dozens of these lots last time I was on the Late Show, including the number 44, which we have just discussed. And here's the certificate of origin that is dated March 13th, 1998. And it is signed for Mr. Michael Gerard Tyson and actually bought from Harry Stern Watch Agency, Patek Philippe USA for short. And apparently it actually had originally also a black dial with uh, diamonds for the indices, but it was changed in the service. I guess this is extra entertainment for you guys. I'll have to chase after that fly once every so often tonight, so we'll see. The original dial was replaced by the above black dial with white gold Arabic numerals during a service. So, along with the hands, which have changed over to feuille hands rather than the batons. And the watch comes being 3970 EP with an exhibition case back, as well as the additional platinum case back as well, if you would like to have that extra weight, extra heft for your watch. Hey, how are you doing, JB? Nice to see you, man. But we will march on from here. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So this piece that was manufactured in 1997, bought by Mike Tyson in the March of 1998, has the unique look of 5004 in platinum, the perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph, as opposed to the perpetual calendar chronograph that it is because of the dial and the handset, which was changed at service. And due to this provenance and also the documented unique transformation of the watch, at lot number 44, it comes with an estimated value of 240,000 to 440,000 US dollars. We have looked at some of the beautiful things that Parmigiani Fleurier has produced recently. The platinum split seconds chronograph by Michel Parmigiani, the movement designed and signed by him, on the full integrated platinum bracelets, platinum fluted bezel, as well as a dial fashioned out of platinum, the full pink gold Tonda GT, the sportier version, you might say, with the blue dial, with a guilloche decoration at the center. We have looked at the Hijri calendar, the Parmigiani Fleurier calendar watch that was made as part of the set, that also includes a Chinese calendar and a Gregorian calendar. This particular piece actually follows the Islamic lunar calendar, a very interesting piece. Those were back to back at lots 57, 58, and 59. At lot 60, we have something even sportier and perhaps even more, how can I put it, even more open for daily wear, perhaps. This is a limited edition, one of 200, a self-winding chronograph annual calendar by Parmigiani Fleurier. It has an aesthetic that looks very much like a dashboard in terms of the color scheme and also the particular layout of the continuously running seconds at 3 o'clock, that has two fan-like scales that are stacked upon each other. And this is an annual calendar, meaning that barring that one adjustment at the end of February, you will always get the right combination of the month, which is expressed through a small opening within that second subdial at 3, and the date, which is actually a two-window expression, an oversized date indicator right at 12 o'clock under the signature of the brand. I really like the combination of black and orange on this dial. I like that exaggerated pyramidal guilloche texture at the center. I also love the fact that this is a stepped dial, the minute track being kind of radial grooving that has a slant into the center of the dial, and the subdials too are subtly recessed and decorated with the same radial guilloche that enhances that three-dimensionality, that gives that depth to the dial of this chronograph. Otherwise, you have a case design that's very similar and similarly integrated to the Tonda PF. This is, of course, a slightly bigger case at 42 millimeters, and it is a more functional one, of course. It's not only a time and date watch, it is, in fact, a self-winding 3-register chronograph, meaning it also has a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock, as well as a 30-minute totalizer at 9. Once again, the big date at 12, and the month in the continuous running seconds dial, which makes it an annual calendar, in fact. A limited edition, one of 200, that comes as a full set and that is engraved accordingly on the case back. This piece has an estimated value of 8 to 12,000 US dollars at lot number 60. I want to send the link into the chat. Please hit the like button whenever you get the chance. Nice, JB. That's great. A rather unusual AP at 61. This is actually a relatively rare piece, but a very prestigious piece indeed. It comes from around 2000. It is encased in a 43 millimeter platinum case, a two-tone dial with a vortex like guilloche decoration at the center. You have an opening at around 12 o'clock for the jump hour, which is expressed with an Arabic numeral. You have a beautifully and elegantly twisted minute hand centrally deployed, and the minutes expressed for the most part with double digit Arabic numerals. The 5 is lonesome at the minute 5-minute mark. And of course, you have an oversized subdial for the seconds at 6, a two-tone dial, which has a kind of champagne-like tint at the center dial for the guilloche, and for the circular grain brushing on the minute track, there is a slight shade of pink, which makes it look a little bit like salmon. The hands and minutes actually match in this deep blue color. And for once, the branding is quite minimal, just Audemars Piguet wrapping around the aperture for the jump hour. As it happens, this is also a minute repeater, also a chiming watch, as you can see by that slight wink of the slider on the left flank. And of course, you could have seen that from the back as well, not only from the slider, but also from the gong, as well as the two hammers. The movement has a very classic architecture with finger bridges that are quite reminiscent of old school pocket watch movements and carry beautifully deep marks of Côte de Genève decoration and lovely interior angles as well. The anglage is quite a delight to see. The complications are also inscribed on the case back, répétition minute and heure sautante, jumping hour minute repeater. Jules Audemars is the series, is the case, and it is a case shape that I really like, that I really actually enjoy. I still mourn its discontinuation, but it is what it is. Time passes, everything moves on. Hopefully, we are not left behind. This is a lot 61. Audemars Piguet, Jules Audemars, 26, 151 PT. Lovely 43 millimeter jump hour minute repeater in platinum with an estimated value of 100,000 to 150,000 in US dollars. At lot 63, we have one of the watches, one of the um, genres of watches that have rescued Audemars Piguet in the 80s. Of course, in hindsight, everything is 2020, but it took a while for the Royal Oak to really take off. And before Royal Oak genuinely started selling globally, it was these ultra thin perpetual calendars with perfectly round cases, uh, stocky lugs, and stepped bezels that were the bread and butter for AP's sales. The case design was made by Jacqueline Dimier, who was head of design for many, many years at AP, and who was a protege to Gérard Jantat and a mentor to Emmanuel Guet, who later designed Royal Oak Offshore, among other things, for Audemars Piguet. But this is a very beautiful watch, very elegant watch, um, lovely dress watch style for something very complicated and very fine at the same time, from one of the greats from Audemars Piguet in 36 millimeter, quite legible as well, with fine pencil hands for hours and minutes, and then those micro hands in heat blued stainless steel for the perpetual calendars, indicators for the day of the week at 9 o'clock, the month at 12 o'clock, and finally, date at 3 o'clock. Of course, the picture is completed with the moon phase at 6 o'clock as well. This piece at lot 63 has an estimated value of 10 to 15,000 US dollars. At lot 65, there is a fantastic example of Patek Philippe Calatrava in pink gold with a matching brick style bracelet. Here is the archival extract, so you indeed know the gem set enamel dial with an enamel portrait of the Saudi king is actually original. This is a piece that was manufactured in 55 and purchased in the March of 1956. 37 millimeter case with beautifully sculpted stepped lugs, a 5-row brick style bracelet that uh, integrates almost beautifully to the case, and a kind of uh, concave bezel that curves inward onto the dial and draws attention to it. That's a beautiful enamel dial with pink gold beads for the minute track and rubies for the indices, baguette cut for the quarters, brilliance for the rest, Dauphine hands, centrally deployed seconds hand, and finally an enamel portrait at 12 o'clock of Saud ibn Abdulaziz al Saud, the Saudi king at the time, foregoing any further branding on the dial. This is the Patek Philippe Calatrava 2481R, 37 millimeter pink gold case with the matching 5-row brick style bracelets and an estimated value of 65 to 100,000 US dollars. Hey, Y2K, nice to see you, man. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, my friend. There is a nice series of enamel dialed watches, 3 back to back, but there's more. Of course, I want to take a look at lot 66, which is a 35 millimeter Patek Philippe Calatrava from late 40s. Comes with the archival extracts. A cloisonné enamel dial served up in that 34.8 millimeter pink gold case with a hand wound caliber for this two-hander that doesn't interrupt that fine micro painting in any way. This is an interesting watch with a fascinating story. So let's read up from the good folks at Christie's. Wristwatches fitted with cloisonné enamel dials take a most prominent position in terms of beauty, craftsmanship, and rarity. Produced mostly in the 1940s and 50s, Patek Philippe made an exceedingly small number of time-only wristwatches where highly detailed and incredibly artistic cloisonné enamel dials were fitted. Only an extremely small number of these watches were upgraded with these wonderful dials depicting popular motifs such as a jungle, a lighthouse, sailboats, flowers, portraits, and maps. The production of these dials were extremely costly as they had to be individually made by a skilled craftsman and not on a production line. The artist created an outline of the desired motif by arranging thin gold wires on a dial, and that is the cloisonné aspect of that micro painting. And some of those threads are, in fact, thinner than human hair. Probably not thinner than my hair. I have, as you can see, very much a receding hairline and very thin threads of hair, about 3 of them. But that's a good way of understanding the fineness of the painting on that dial and how carefully it needs to be arranged. But that's not all of it. These partitions, called cloisonné in French, were then filled with small quantities of enamel powder in the desired color. The dial was then fired in an oven at around 1,000 degrees Celsius, causing the powder to melt. Finally, the dial was hand polished until a perfectly flat surface was obtained. This dial sits within an 18 karat rose gold case bearing number 216 inside on its case back, as well as on its inside case back, as well as on the case back, I guess they want to say. And this is confirmed by the extract from the archives. The movement, according to the extract from the archive, was sold without a case. The dial and movement were originally delivered to France to be housed in a French manufactured case. This is a way for a lot of these manufacturers to avoid certain tariffs. It was a way to get around and get through certain loops. The case back does bear the eagle French hallmark. After World War II, this was quite a common practice as an economic post-war effort. It was prohibited to import foreign jewelry to France, so many Swiss makers had their cases made in France, often after their own Swiss model. Given these constraints, Patek Philippe worked with French firms such as Guillermin, providing dials and movements under the agreement that Patek Philippe standards would be upheld. So this is one such watch with a cloisonné enamel micro painting on the dial, a Patek Philippe Calatrava in pink gold from the immediate post-war era at lot number 66. And it has an estimated value of 100,000 to 150,000 in US dollars. At number 67, we have a beautiful depiction of the Madonna and the Child. And right after Easter 2, I believe this is 18 karat pink gold with lozenge shaped indices at the quarters and nice full dots for the rest of the indices. A beautiful cloisonné enamel depiction of Madonna and the Child, Mother Mary and baby Jesus. A perfect three-hander with spider-like lugs on the case, which make it very dramatic and probably quite a presence on the wrist as well. And the Dauphine hands are, I think, a great complement to those indices. Very clean dial, very well kept for this self-winding piece from 1955 on a gold-plated caliber as well. A beautiful interplay of various shades of yellow and pink on the case and on the dial. The Madonna in Christian art is a depiction of the Virgin Mary and is often accompanied by the infant Christ. The theme of the Madonna and Child was rare in the first centuries of early Christian art. In 431, Mary was given the title Theotokos, Mother of God, And to emphasize this concept, the Madonna and the Child were given a prominent place in church decoration and Christian art. I wish they wrote more about the watch than the place of the Madonna and the Child in art, but that's well appreciated too. It is a beautiful depiction. And again, very timely and appropriate in this post Easter mood. This is lot 67, a beautiful yellow gold dress watch from mid 50s by Eska, self winding dress piece with beautifully stylized spider like lugs and a striking micro painting of Madonna and the Child with an estimated value of 15,000 to 30,000 US dollars. Yet another Klausener enamel piece, this time by Omega, and you can see the Greek letter and the branding. At 6 o'clock, you have you have an hour track that matches the yellow gilt tones of the case, which is a 34 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold case. Dauphine hands for this two-hander with an ornate Klausener enamel micro painting at its center. Once again, you have slightly extended arachnoid lugs, not for the faint-hearted. I love this unintentionally anthropomorphic glue on the back of the dial. Here is the caliber. Which is a bumper style self-winding movement. And the watch actually comes with an archival extract from Bien, signed by Reynal Eschliman, who is to this day the president and CEO of Omega. This is an Omega dress watch with a perfectly round case and spider-like lugs, 34 millimeter in 18 karat yellow gold from the 50s with a Klausener enamel dial. Reference OT 2398 and an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 US dollars. Hey, Van Lux, how are you doing, man? And Basils, thanks for being with us earlier today. Thank you for sharing. And it's kind of you, JB. Let's continue with these artistic pieces. We have Santos this time that has a métier d'art kind of piece. It is actually wood working on the dial. This is wooden marquetry, a falcon on an hand engraved case, grain brushed broadsword hands, an interesting balance of very severe, almost aggressive elements on the case, including the proud posture of the falcon and the gems, the contrast of very striking plume-like lines on at least a part of the bezel, a third of the bezel, and then the rest features gem setting, a very interesting blend of hand engraving on metal, on wood, and gem setting on this elegant Santos watch. I believe this is a Santos XL, Santos 100 XL in 18 karat yellow gold. Comes as a full set, one of only 30. It is a self-winding piece from 2008. Comes with a matching 18 karat white gold déployant clasp. And the lot assay confirms that the marquetry and engraving combines with the partially pavé dial and the rest, or rather, I should say, bezel and the rest of the case as well. There's a diamond that sits on the crown too for this limited edition Cartier Santos Falcon d'Art, one of only 30 in white gold with gem setting, hand engraving, and wood marquetry at lot 70 and an estimated value of 35,000 to 55,000 in US dollars. Speaking of Basil, we have a watch that he at least owned at some point in a different iteration. This is the Bulgari version of the Gerald Janta Bi Retro in an octo case on a leather strap. It actually comes with a full set of Gerald Janta box and papers. Limited edition of 35 in a white gold case, 10 atmos of water resistance. The decoration of the movement is nicely done in this perlage that gives it a very integral effect. And bi retro refers to the retrograde minutes, the retrograde date, which snaps back to 1 at the beginning of the month. And of course, this is jump hour piece. And I really love the execution of the jump hour in Gerald Janta's retrograde pieces because when you have an entire 60 minutes that involves a revolution, a complete revolution around the dial, and when you have the hour, the jumping hour set right at or around 12 o'clock, you basically impede your sight right when the hour is jumping. But thanks to the fan-like execution layout of Gerald Janta's jumping hour pieces, you don't have that experience. So you can see at the same time the minute hand snapping back to 0 and the hour jumping from 1 to the next. And this is by retro, of course, so it has a second retrograde hand that once again does not cross paths in any way with anything else on the dial, and that snaps back to one at the beginning of the month. A beautiful interplay of round and octagonal shapes on the dial, on the case, uh, multiple layers, and that beautiful crown with beads, both for aesthetics and utility. This is the Jarajanta Octo by Retro, executed in white gold with a nice black dial for contrast, one of 35, estimated value of 8 to 14,000 US dollars. We have another marvel of design in the very next piece. This is actually a Jarajanta Octa mosaic, kind of an arabesque dial. The hour markers are actually switched to being engraved on the bezel. You have an arabesque-like design at the center of the dial, which once again employs a very interesting scheme, also in white gold. It comes as a full set, right down to the pin pusher for adjustments that integrates that beaded crown motif that is part of Jarajanta's sporty watches. Introduced in 2007, the good folks at Christie's writes, the Jarajanta Octa Mosaic GMT Perpetual Calendar was produced exclusively for the Arabic-speaking markets, a limited edition of 100 pieces. This piece's main draw was its style, which draws inspiration from traditional Arabic calligraphy as well as geometric patterns associated with mashrabiyya and architectural elements characteristic of traditional architecture in the Islamic world and beyond. The watch's self-winding movement combines a perpetual calendar with a second time zone function. Born from the brilliant mind of Shah Janta, this is a real opportunity for collectors to acquire a truly collectible and distinct perpetual calendar complication. This is right here in this octagon, you have the leap year. Here, I believe you have the date. No, is that right? No. This is the GMT hour hand for the 24-hour scale. And I think you actually have a retrograde function for the day and the date. Yeah, so this is in the octagon, you have the leap year. What is this? Yeah, this is the date. Month. And this must be somehow whatever, guys. I'm sorry. It's been a long day today. So I'm sorry my visual skills don't seem to be working, but it is a beautiful dial. And this piece has an estimated value of 20 to 40,000 US dollars. This is a Jarajanta Octa mosaic with a very unique dial design that appropriates elements from Islamic architecture for a limited edition GMT perpetual calendar that was produced for the Arab world. At lot 73, we have an interesting lighter from Patek Philippe, executed in the shape of the golden ellipse, guilloche decorated, and engraved with the Omani khanjar on its side, on its lid, and combined with a pair of cufflinks as well. The golden ellipse sliders were introduced in the 1970s to complement the range of watches. It is believed Patek Philippe commissioned Colibri, the French manufacturer of high quality gas lighters. They were made out of a solid chunk of 18 karat gold. That's rich. And was decorated to the highest standards. The present watch has a manually finished engine turned chevron pattern on the surface and an enamel panel in presumably the colors of the Armani flag. Why presumably? It is the colors of the Armani flag. Except I believe it's not in the right order, but that's okay. I mean, it's not going to be the Hungarian flag in combination with the Omani Khanjar. Would it be? I don't know. It's cool nonetheless. I love those enamel panels. Certainly love the fact that this is actually an 18 karat gold lighter, not just a gilt piece. This set is at lot 73 with an estimated value of 35,000 to 50,000 US dollars. A classic hand wound yellow gold chronograph from Patek Philippe in the next lot. The case looks absolutely stunning. Oh my God. Look at those teardrop lugs. The dial is so clean too, except for just a slight tarnish here by the crown at 3 o'clock. Wow. Beautiful cream patina. Arabic numerals at 12 and 6. Tachometer scale on the periphery of the dial, on the perimeter of the dial, I should say. Heat blued hands for the minute totalizer at 3 o'clock and the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand. And beautiful gilt fixtures on the dial that match the yellow gold tones of the case. 35 millimeter case, of course, for this 1463. Manufactured in 1953, retailed in 1954. As you can see, the dial is really clean, except for that tarnish, slight humidity ingress at 3 o'clock by the crown, but otherwise almost perfect. Amazing hand-wound chronograph from the 50s by Patek Philippe. The round pushers that give the nickname to the watch, Tasti Tondi, with guilloche decoration at the top. The hallmarks, very crisp, very much intact. And the oxidization just makes everything look more charming and warmer. What a beautiful, beautiful piece. This is lot 74 with an estimated value of 200,000 to 300,000 in US dollars. Next up, we have a nice 34.5, almost 35 millimeter stainless steel Calatrava, a slightly oversized second subdial at 6, baton or pencil hands for hours and minutes, and the rest of the quarters are completed with Arabic numerals. The case, once again, looks like it is in an amazing shape. A screw down case back that is circularly grain brushed. The extract from the archive testifies that this watch is manufactured in 1944 and retailed in the February of the next year. A nice, relatively rare and clean piece, a Patek Philippe Calatrava in stainless steel, reference 565, seconds on the subdial, hand wound caliber at lot 76. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 20 to 30,000 US dollars. Hey, Raphael, how are you doing, man? Yeah, look, I mean, it happens, man. Sometimes it's really not lack of care. It's just one single slip, um, forgetting to screw down the crown, and leaving it perhaps in a drawer in a watch box for years on end with the crown unscrewed, with the crown pulled out. So it's perhaps not even water, but just humidity ingress that makes its way from that unsealed part of the case. It can happen. It can happen to the best of us too. So I don't want to be too harsh. But yes, ideally, these are the kind of watches that one needs to baby, and sometimes they are like that. I mean, that we have been talking about this on and off over the last week or so, but a lot of times, unless you're talking about watches that are 60, 70, 80 years old, almost antique rather than vintage, a lot of times precious metal watches are taken better care of. They are well preserved, worn on rare occasions, and time only pieces seem to be in relatively good condition. Chronographs are harder to take good care of. Um, they're popular and they simply have more points of entry. Um, we are not even getting there to perpetual calendar chronographs, etc. But you have the pushers, you have the crown, so things can go wrong pretty easily, even if you don't immerse them in water, even if you don't wash dishes with them or wash your hands with them or something like that. And some people live in in tropical climates, right? So for that kind of environment, if you don't keep your watches in a place that is well regulated and air conditioned, etc., strange things can happen if the case is not properly sealed and completely airtight. So it is what it is. Lot 77. This is a Cartier Crash, rare limited edition in 18 karat yellow gold from 1990s, hand wound caliber, sapphire cabochon on that beaded crown. This is a piece made out of four, one out of four, number 97 from a limited edition run in early 90s. This is a yellow gold Cartier Crash at lot 77 with an estimated value of 120,000 to 180,000 US dollars. A lot of beautiful Cartier designs like this picture frame or even a painting frame like design, almost perfectly rectangular, but not really, a little more stylized than that. This is bamboo cousin, hand wound rectangular 18 karat yellow gold watch. It's a beautiful Cartier dial with those stylized and slightly elongated Roman numerals, a heat blued handset, and a railroad track for the minutes. From the 70s, a nicely stylized Cartier watch at lot 78 with an estimated value of 15 to 25,000 US dollars. Yeah, but it's best to, it's best to be better safe than sorry, as they say. Huh? Not much more to say than that. Okay, I'm glad you love the Crash, and I love it too. By the way, I I detest the Pebble. I think some of the love for unusual Cartier pieces a little misplaced and a little bit of a hype. Like for example, I mean, this is an interesting piece. I cannot really see why anyone would like to wear something like this on their wrist, but that's what makes this entire hobby so much fun, because everyone has their own style, everyone has their way of wearing pieces like this and making it their own and surprising you and sometimes even themselves in the process. When it comes to the Crash, I only wore a Crash once in an auction preview, and there were serious doubts released about the authenticity of that particular Crash. In fact, I think the catchphrase was crash or trash or something like that. So I've never actually seen one, an authentic one on my wrist, but I love the concept. I think it's so quirky and beautiful. Even though they have come up with a narrative now, I still love the mythology behind it. You know, the apocryphal story about a car crash and a melted watch, the whole idea of a surrealist inspiration that takes it after Dali's melting clocks, especially that particular clock as it's depicted in the persistence of memory. Um, I love the watch. I love the design. Um, I don't love it enough to even dream about selling my entire collection to chase one. And there are watches like that for me, but Crash is unfortunately not one of them. See, this is a little more interesting for me at lot 79 compared to the rectangular version. I like this more elliptical version of the Cartier Paris bamboo. Again, a mix of an ellipsis and a rectangle. To be frank, a tonneau shaped piece in 18 karat yellow gold from around 2000. It is actually a quartz movement with a silvered dial, Roman numerals, slightly elongated and ever so stylized, secret Cartier signature at 10 o'clock, one half of the X, and elegantly heat blued hands for hours and minutes. This is lot 79 for a Cartier Paris bamboo with a quartz movement and an estimated value of 15 to 25,000 US dollars. I don't know if this is my connection or something else, but it's time for me to take a quick break and get a drink at any rate. So I'll maybe restart while I'm doing that. Um, I hope I hope things will be better when I'm back. I don't want to risk restarting either. So let me leave you with this Polar Explorer 2 216570 that has some connections to SAS. Please hit the like button while you're at it if you have learned something from the show, if you have enjoyed it. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, and we are here with a Polar Explorer 2, the 42 millimeter, reference 216570, 22 SAS in stainless steel, made for the British Special Forces. The case actually has an engraving on the left flank: "Who dares wins," which is the motto of the British Special Forces. And on the way back, case back is engraved with the logo as well as an entire pattern and 22 special air service and the issue number as well. A very special piece. And in a way, even if it doesn't have any extra markings or logos on the dial, the engraving on the left flank makes it very obviously a special watch. It might turn some people off, but I think people who would go after a watch like this are looking for the provenance anyways. So this is going to be a very special watch for the new owner. It is believed that only 100 examples of this Rolex Explorer 2 reference 216570 white dial were made for soldiers serving in the elite British Special Air Services Regiment. Commissioned in 2012, the present example features the regimental motto, "Who Dares Wins," on the caseband and an engraving of the regimental heraldry, a dagger with wings, and the soldier's initial and a unique serial number on the back. The watches were sold by Rolex London, as mentioned in the guarantee card. Fantastic. Very cool piece. I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Polar Explorer 2. I like the 5-digit generation a little better, but this has some interesting provenance, so that makes it very, very intriguing indeed. This is lot SA 81, lot number 81 for 22 SAS, the Special Air Services, British Special Forces, a Polar Explorer 2 in stainless steel with an estimated value of 25,000 to 35,000 US dollars. A very nice and a varied selection for this edit. I approve. I very much approve. This is a lovely day date with a mother of pearl dial. The hour track is decorated with this beautiful diamond-like design. You have the Saudi royal insignia at 6 o'clock for this pink gold day date. Well, actually, since it's an 18038, 18038, it is actually yellow gold, but it almost registers like pink. It has taken on a very interesting patina over the years. The piece is from 1977, beautifully inscribed on the back as well. A nice piece of history. Presented on a leather strap and not a matching presidential bracelet. Nevertheless, a very interesting and rare watch at lot number 83. A Rolex day date reference 18038 in 18 karat yellow gold and the mother of pearl dial with large Roman numerals and the Saudi national emblem. Here's a very nice piece. I love these sorts of 60s date chests. This comes with its original chronometer certificate, which I think is such a beautiful mark of authenticity when it comes to a watch like this. A great piece of history, from a time where this kind of precision and accuracy actually mattered a great deal for the average Swiss watch. This is 1601 stainless steel on matching stainless steel Jubilee bracelets. The 18 karat white gold fluted bezel is a visual delight, and that subtle touch of luxury on this white metal watch. Of course, being an early 60s model, it has a kind of stepped pie pan dial, as you can see. The perimeter of the watch is ever so subtly recessed for the minute track there. And the alpha hands are, I think, a great and slightly sporty touch, in addition to the wider baton marks, which give the watch a little more of a muscular appearance. Lot 86, a Rolex Datejust 1601 in stainless steel with the 18 karat white gold fluted bezel. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 6,000 to 12,000 US dollars. Jake Brooks, thank you. $9.99. Thank you so much. Could I share my thoughts on the 3-piece combo meal deal, lot 117? Let's go. Let's check it out. It is I don't even know what it is. I'm wondering. Nice. Here is a set of 3 vintage Hoya chronographs, all in the style of Camaro. And when they say museum grade, they mean it. Look at how crisp the case is on this watch. And look at the contrast of those kind of a sunray style brushed elements of the case with the mirror polished parts. A beautiful cushion case too. The Camaro is a very sexy watch. A cream dial, 2-register look with those slightly recessed subdials, subtly grooved at the center, and a date indicator, wonderfully framed in matching gold at 6 o'clock too. Solid stainless steel case back. Here is one with orange hands in stainless steel with the date. Orange hands for the chronograph functions. The running seconds is actually rendered in white at 9 o'clock. And then you have, in fact, one that just as a 2-register look, no dates, which is actually my pick of the litter, my absolute favorite. Oh, nice little box for them as well. So these are the references: 7743, 73445, and 73443 Dato, a set of 3 museum-grade vintage Camaro chronographs. They're all from late 60s, early 70s, all built on the standards predecessor of 7750 Valjoux. 7730 is basically the caliber that was transformed into the omnipresent self-winding chronograph movement of our age, which is Valjoux 7750. So horologically speaking, internally speaking, there's not much of anything very desirable or impressive within these watches. That's not necessarily something bad, but it needs to be pointed out, right? So it's not like a Valjoux 72, for example, like a beautiful column wheel hand wound caliber that will give you a lot of joy. This is like a cam switching hand wound caliber. It's not, I don't know. I'm kind of a Valjoux 72 purist when it comes to these sorts of chronographs. So this is a little cheaper inside. Now, it's a good deal, seemingly, if you end up in the lower end of the estimate. But if you are caught in a bidding war, if it ends around 15 or more, with the dues, buyer's premium, and everything else, you might end up with something in your hands that's it's a hefty bill. Now I know you like your chronographs, Jake, and I'm sure time will come for you to add a nice Hoya. When it comes to the models, I'm not necessarily a purist, so it's not like you have to have a Carrera or a Monaco. When it comes to Hoya, you can get a Camaro just as well. It's not like I mind that, but I don't know. I don't know if this is worth it, honestly. I feel like this is like for the true Hoya collector who has to have one of each, one in precious metal, one in steel, one with date, one with this kind of dashboard aesthetic, orange against black, one with the purity of a two-register chronograph, kind of like an opaline white and no date. It's a little bit too niche for me. So for your first vintage Hoya chronograph, I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you get a whole three-piece set. But again, if this ends up being quite close to the lower end of the estimate, financially, it would be an interesting grab. But I don't know, you get variations on a theme. So that was lot 117, 3 vintage Hoya chronographs, 2 in stainless steel, 1 in yellow gold, 2 in 2 with the date, 1 just with the 2-register look, with an estimated value of 10 to 15,000 in US dollars. Now scrolling back a little bit to see what I may have missed. There's a very interesting piece that is actually matched with a diamond set ring. This is an 18049. Basically, this is the white gold diamond bezel version of the 18038. You have a diamond set dial and a diamond set bezel. Of course, you have the Khanjar at 6 o'clock. presentation box that also has inside it on the lining the Omani royal emblem. This piece comes on its president's bracelet in matching 18 karat white gold, but in a way it's patinated in such a different way. I don't know if it was later matched with it. Not altogether a very attractive package, but I wanted to highlight it since it is a unique piece and it is presented again uniquely with a diamond ring to match it. This is lot 89, a Rolex day date 18046, white gold day date on the president's bracelet with a diamond set bezel and a diamond set dial that also has the red Omani Khanjar at 6 o'clock and an estimated value of $40,000 to $60,000. A Rolex day date again at lots 80, a reference 1803 with a mesh bracelet in matching 18 karat yellow gold, a diamond set dial with an Arabic calendar, meaning the days are spelled out in Arabic and the date is represented with Eastern Arabic numerals. The bracelet is identified here as a Rolex mesh bracelet. I don't see the clasp. I'm not entirely familiar with these kinds of Rolex bracelets. I've never seen, in fact, a Rolex day date matched with such bracelets, but I can at least testify to matching end links that are used on this piece. But before seeing the clasp, I hesitate to say anything else. But at least the lot essay or the lot description testifies to the brand of the bracelet, which is always a good sign. This information exists here precisely for this reason. You can always email this gentleman or even call him directly if you want to learn more. And of course, there is a slightly more detailed condition report that you can pull from here by clicking the link. This was lot lot 90, a Rolex day date 1803 on a Rolex mesh bracelet in 18 karat yellow gold and a diamond set silver sunburst dial, as well as an Arabic calendar, pardon me, and an estimated value of 20,000 to 40,000 US dollars. At 92, a very attractive platinum Rolex day date from early 90s, a bezel that is set with 24 baguette diamonds. Baguette diamonds at 6 and 9 o'clock, brilliant cut diamonds for the rest of the indices, and of course, the day in English at 12 o'clock, the date at 3 o'clock, on the matching president's bracelet, also in platinum. This is an 18366 platinum Rolex day date on a matching president bracelet, a silver sunburst dial that's diamond set in the factory, and adorned finally with a baguette diamond set bezel. It is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 40,000 to 60,000 US dollars. At lot 93, we have a black dial Rolex Cosmograph Daytona from the 5-digit generation 16520. This is a U serial piece, comes with its matching, comes with its original, um, warranty card, as well as its tags, 2 additional links that have been removed from the bracelet, and of course, the black dial with the outer rings of the chronograph registers having taken on that soft brown hue on their outer rings. It's an interesting look. It's a warm patina. It is still an acquired taste, and for a lot of people doesn't justify the premium, but it is something to be on the lookout for. This is lot 93. I would highly recommend that you educate yourself in their history. You can always send me an email. You have to focus really on particular serial ranges, because some people try to sell any black dial Rolex Cosmograph Daytona with the reference number 16520 as a Patrizzi and ask unconscionable premiums on it. So be careful. If you need help, you can just email me. I'll be more than glad to help you out with that particular purchase or with your search for a Patrizzi Daytona. In this case, you have one at lot 93, highly premiumized with an estimate of 30 to 50,000 US dollars. Actually, I wanted to see if they wrote anything in the lot essay. Yeah, you listen, I mean, how they prevaricate in a way. This timepiece also has the Patrizzi dial. The subdials have turned brown from the original silver due to oxidization, while Patrizzi dials are mostly seen in serial numbers containing W, S, and T. They were also sometimes seen in the U series models. You be the judge, but caveat emptor, as they used to say. A very interesting trio of Rolex Pepsi GMT Masters, 1675 from 1961. A very nicely and evenly patinated matte black dial with eggshell markers and luminous material on the hands. The blue has turned kind of like a sky blue, and the red is just the perfect red on its original riveted oyster bracelet. This is a 1675, comes with its box and papers. An interesting piece indeed. At lots 98, a Rolex GMT Master reference 1675, Pepsi in stainless steel with an estimated value of 12,000 to 18,000 US dollars. You have a stick dial 16710 16710 GMT Master 2 cold stick because of the way that the Roman numeral for the GMT Master 2 is inscribed. I happen to be wearing a Coke version of this watch as we speak. Let me see if you can actually take a glimpse, take a look at it. That is my GMT Master 2. This is a Pepsi bezel with the stick dial, Z series, so quite late in the production, 2009, with caliber 3186. With the box and papers. This piece is expected to fetch an amount between 10,000 to 15,000 in US dollars. Lot 100 is a Pepsi on the Jubilee. This is a GMT Master 2 reference 126710BLRO in stainless steel on the matching Jubilee bracelet with the ceramic bezel insert. Of course, also with its box and papers, and even its case back sticker as well. From 2019, this piece has an estimated value of 14,000 to 20,000 in US dollars. Lot 101 is Mad One. This is the diffusion watch of MBNF, the Friends edition, with the blue accents on the dial. Lateral reading of time, and that's a 3-blade rotor that doubles up as a fidget spinner on the wrist. This is how Christie's describes the watch, created by Max Büsser, the man behind the popular and highly regarded indie brand MBNF. The Mad One Friends edition is the debut piece from Büsser's new offering, Mad Edition. The name is a reference to the Mad Gallery set up by the founder to showcase extraordinary objects that can be considered mechanical art. This timepiece was never made available for sale at retail outlets or at Mad Galleries. It was instead only offered to the MBNF tribe, friends, suppliers, and partners of the brand. However, after being so popularly received, they released a very small number to the general public who had expressed interest. This very innovative and certainly distinctive lot is a wonderful opportunity to acquire a watch that very few have. It is the Mad One Friends edition in stainless steel with the lateral reading of time and the triple blade winding system that is inverted and that greets you on the face of the watch. This piece at lot 101 has an estimated value of 5,000 to 10,000 US dollars. By the way, did I? Yeah, I did sticky the link. Feel free to jump on the panel, guys, if you like. I mean, you guys know I like getting distracted. I like, as long as we talk about watches, I like jumping from branch to branch. And here is the Ludovic Balloir upside down with the Eastern Arabic numeral dial. Ludovic Balloir is a French watchmaker who, in fact, had the upside down as his first independent project. He had worked in the after sales services department at Frank Muller, and then spent about 7 years, I believe, with F. Bejon as a watchmaker. And he set off on his own path in 2009. And the Upside Down was, in fact, his first piece. It is a very unique take on the jump hour piece. Also, in a way, here expresses the regular kind of a regulator dial look with centrally deployed minutes hand that is in heat blued stainless steel. So you have all the attention on the precision of the watch. After all, regulator dial pieces harken back to those regulator clocks, which were the centerpiece of watchmakers, all sorts of ateliers and service centers in the 19th century and beyond, and in train stations too. And their particular purpose was to be able to set and synchronize every single watch that passes through that space. So they harken back to that time where accuracy and precision of the minute hand, and here also the seconds, is of prime importance and is the center of attraction for the mechanical watch. Here you have the unique jump hour indication that you can understand both from the way the numbers stand. Here, the Eastern Arabic numeral might make it a little more difficult for you to read, but thankfully, there's always a dot as well right next to the current hour. So this is 10, 10. 10 heures 10, like my friend. So this is how his jumping hour is expressed. From the caliber side, you'll have an idea about how those flip over. And basically, the current hour is the only one who is right side up, whereas everything else is upside down. And the dot, again, is that additional distinctive marker. Comes as a full set by Ludovic Balloir. Small seconds at 6 o'clock as well. A very elegant piece with a snow white dial. This is actually executed in platinum and served up on an alligator strap with small scales and blue contrast stitching to pick up that tempered blue accent from the hands on the dial. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 45,000 to 65,000 US dollars. At 110, we have a lovely green dial in that smoked or fumé execution, which has become one of the signature visual cues for H. Moser et Company. This is an Endeavor Center Seconds concept lime green in stainless steel that is highly polished and with a slightly oversized crown. Beautiful furry hands that are also a little bit oversized, and a lovely tempered and centrally deployed seconds hand. A lot of dimension, a lot of depth on that dial, a lot of texture. And in a way, it makes those three hands levitate on the dial, especially with the absence of any hour markers or indices. Not only do you get that beautiful depth without any interruption, but also kind of a feeling that the hands are merely floating on the surface of this watch. Of course, that's an enamel execution, um, which is gradient from darker tones on the perimeter and brighter at the center. Lot 110 for this Ashmoser Company Endeavor Center Seconds is 15,000 to 25,000. This is again a 40 millimeter watch, kind of like in stainless steel, and with these kinds of aesthetics, it's like a contemporary dress piece. You can look at it like that. You can look at it as a one watch, possibly, right? That you can wear in and out of the office, um, in and out of your favorite joint, bar, restaurant, anyone and everywhere. Maybe only taking it off on the weekends. You can certainly think of these watches like that. And I think for that kind of piece, they provide a lot of value and certainly a lot of class. This is lot 110, and it is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 15,000 to 25,000 in US dollars. This is a watch that we were talking about not too long ago. Comes with its certificate of authenticity. As you can see, that 3/4 plate in German silver, which is a particular alloy of copper, nickel, and zinc, and which has this distinctive yellow hue, champagne like yellow hue, which intensifies as the years flow and as it takes on a certain kind of patina. And you can certainly see this on this 3/4 plate that has a very distinctive and three-dimensional glashütte ribbing on it. Of course, the heat blued screws and gold chatons set with rubies complete the picture, which is not to forget the swan neck regulator and the hand engraved balance conch. Beautiful hand wound movements, number 63 of a 200 piece limited run. Small seconds on the subdial at 6 o'clock. Alpha hands for hours and minutes. Black dial that beautifully contrasts from this platinum case that is 40 millimeters. Um, this is a version of the 1815. The 200th anniversary of F.A. Lange also comes with a matching platinum pin buckle. This piece at lot 111 has an estimated value of 40,000 to 60,000 US dollars. Washington football fan, hey, how are you doing? You're talking about Moza, right? This piece actually has an automatic caliber. I do, by and large, for these kinds of pieces, for three-handers especially, I also prefer hand wound. I don't know, maybe I prefer hand wound, period. I'm one of those weirdos who even cranks up like, at least 3-5 turns my self-winding watches when I pick them up and set them to wear, just to kickstart things. So I like that sort of interaction with the movements. It's not a must, but I think everything else being equal, Washington, I would also prefer a hand wound piece. But I think with three-handers especially, it seems like a no-brainer. With time-only pieces, I think that's just such a beautiful way to interact with the watch. Set the time, wind, and wear. The louder it is when you are cranking things up, the better. Lot 112 is a special edition of a Lange 1 in white gold with a blue tinted mother of pearl dial, here matched with kind of like a French blue Epsom style strap, contrast stitching. I think Hermes doesn't do contrast stitching for this color, so I'm guessing it is another kind of strap. Yeah, it's branded Christie's, but it is an Hermes Epsom style piece. Number 25 of a 25 piece limited edition. You can see on the back by these distinctive islands that this is the old school original movement that is based on the JLC gear train. And of course, this piece is made for that esteemed Parisian jeweler Dubé, which is remarked not only by the engraving on the case, but also on the three-quarter plates as well. A beautiful and unique version of the Lange 1. I like these sorts of, I like blue dials, period, but this is just so beautiful. It looks like the sea. It looks like the ocean, where it is kind of shallow, where you can almost see this sort of transparency. It's beautiful, and I like how they kept that mother of pearl in the slightly recessed second subdial, but kept the main dial a little more distinct with that radial guilloche decoration. Beautiful contrast between also the white gold and the blue tinted mother of pearl. What a beautiful piece. made in a limited edition of just 25 pieces. This timepiece features a dark blue soiree mother of pearl dial that is meant to evoke the memory of a stormy sky. The ravages of German romanticism never ends. I was just thinking of a lovely um, dip in an ocean. Of course, they have to invoke somehow the stormy skies. Always so dramatic. But anyway, that is what it is. This is beautiful, deep blue dial, mother of pearl dial for the Dubé limited edition of white gold Langawan wristwatch, one of 25, number 25 of 25 at lot 112 with an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 US dollars. This is why I said the vestiges of German romanticism. This is a very famous painting. I'm sure you have seen it somewhere. Even if you don't know the painter, even if you don't know necessarily the context. But this is 19th century German painter by the name of Caspar David Friedrich. And it's called the Wanderer über dem Nebelmeer. So the wanderer over, or gazing over, you can say, if you translate it a little more poetically, uh, on a sea of fog. But I guess that's what they mean by stormy skies. And of course, the conventional reading of this painting is that somehow the scene reflects the inner turmoil of the subject who has his back against us, but who, in a way, also acts as our stand in within the painting. So, Sturm und Drang forever, I guess. But yeah, this looks just beautiful and calming, pleasant. Nothing about stormy skies on this watch. What are they talking about? At lot 113, we have a very interesting open work dial Piaget chronograph. Piaget Alpha, reference 15923. These beautifully stylized stepped lugs. Octagonal registers for the running seconds at 9 and the 30-minute totalizer at 3. Just a very strikingly designed watch there. The sapphire crystal exhibition caseback itself is framed by this hobnail decorated ring. Look at that partially skeletonized chronograph bridge. Column wheel chronograph, swan neck regulator, slightly oversized balance wheel. A lot of interesting stuff going on there. Case number 2 as well. This is almost 40 millimeters. The case set with black onyx on the bezel, partly 18 karat yellow gold case. On the Lemania CH27 base, hand wound column wheel chronograph caliber that has given us a lot of great things, including the Omega 321, the Moonwatch movements, as well as many bases for generations of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs. Comes with a matching 18 karat gold Piaget pin buckle, and also a certificate issued by Piaget's patrimony departments on December 21, 2022, confirming the manufacture of the watch in 1990. The impossibly rare manual winding skeletonized chronograph from Piaget is a real collector's delight. Born in the 1990s, the watch is powered by an hand-engraved and skeletonized Lemania 2310, otherwise known as CH27 movement, one of the greatest chronograph movements ever made. Piaget's talented, craftsmen have transformed this into a thing of everlasting beauty. When it came out, its retail price was 76,000 Swiss francs. Here, the estimate is a fraction of that at 15,000 to 25,000. If you like Piaget, if you like the Lemania 2310 or CH27 base, this could be a great reference to pick up. Piaget Alpha 15933 at lot 113 with an estimated value of 15 to 25,000 US dollars. We have a nice, perfectly round Patek Philippe dress watch, reference 3885, with lovely open worked dial and an hour track that has an enamel ring in it. The Calatrava cross decorates the mainspring. The reference is 3885. The piece is positively minuscule at 31.5. And I think since it's round and has very small lugs as well, it will probably wear exactly like a 31, 32 millimeter watch. Has a lovely cabochon on the crown as well. A very beautiful dress watch, hand wound watch, so you can actually have a whole delightful movement on the dial when you are winding the piece. It's a great, lovely idea. You have a similar enamel ring for the frame on the case back as well. For the movement, the piece is from the 90s, early 90s, and in 18 karat yellow gold. It is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 20,000 to 30,000 in US dollars. Here we have a first generation overseas. The bracelet is very much different from the second and third generations, but you can still see the distinctive elements of the bezel, the tonneau shape of the case, and how it integrates onto the bracelets, the contrast between grain brushed and mirror polished surfaces. A lot of the elements are there. These salmon dial versions are quietly popular, and in combination with white metal, I think it's a great look. This is stainless steel in a 35 millimeter case, comes with its documents as well as the presentation case and the outer box, chronometer certificate too, since the watch is actually signed on the dial as a chronometer with minutes, with the dates framed at 3 o'clock. This is Vacheron Constantin first generation overseas, reference 42050, in stainless steel with the salmon dial and an estimated value of 12 to 18,000 US dollars. A lovely salmon dial perpetual calendar from Vacheron Constantin from around the turn of the millennium at 38 millimeters and with a fine guilloche decorated pattern at the center of the dial. This is a platinum piece with a stepped bezel. The subdials are nicely balanced and subtly recessed, and all framed with a polished ring. At 12 o'clock, you have the months as well as the leap year indicator. At 6 o'clock, you have the moon phase indicator, lapis lazuli for the night sky as the backgrounds, and the running seconds. You have at 9 o'clock the 12-hour counter as well as the day of the week. And at 3 o'clock, you have the pointer dates, and wrapped around it a 30 minutes totalizer as well. A very elegant piece, again at 38 millimeters, a round platinum case with a stepped bezel and extended angular lugs. Looks positively unworn, certainly unabused, preserves its factory finish. I think they have introduced something like this recently, and it costs a fortune. Here, you can have a relative bargain since this piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 30,000 to 60,000 US dollars. We have back to back two interesting Rolex Daytonas in pink gold, or what Rolex calls Ever Rose, recently discontinued. One with the chocolate brown dial, black chronograph registers on the matching oyster bracelet, and matching tachometer bezel as well in pink gold. Comes with its full set of box and papers, as well as the outer box. This is reference 116505, the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona in 18 karat pink gold on the matching oyster bracelets, with an estimated value of 35,000 to 55,000 in US dollars. same but different. We have this 18 karat pink gold Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116505 with the black dial on a matching 18 karat oyster bracelet. And of course, with these beautifully framed and at their center, subtly guillocheed chronograph registers that have black and slightly slanted outer rings as well. I like this one a little better than Lot 119. Lot 160 is the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 116505. Pink gold case with the matching oyster bracelet, black dial. This is a piece that has an estimated value of 35 to 55,000 US dollars. Please hit the like button, by the way. It does help a great deal. It really matters quite a lot. Speaking of iconic chronographs rendered in pink gold, we have the Omega Speedmaster in 18 karat pink gold on the matching bracelets. This is what they call Sedna gold. Comes with the full set, box and papers, with an exhibition case back that gives you a glimpse onto the new caliber 3861. Both the bezel and the black dial has gilt pink details that reflect the material of the case and the bracelets. This is an Omega Speedmaster Moonwatch in 18 karat pink gold, case and bracelets, with an estimated value of 20,000 to 40,000 US dollars. We have another discontinued piece. I mean, meteorite dials are discontinued. This particular iteration was somehow never quite desirable. I guess people like these watches because they come on a bracelet. I can understand. I'm a big fan of Daytona's on leather straps, even though they have been out of the lineup for quite some time now. This is one such example of 116519 white gold with those solid end links presented on a leather strap and with a matching 18 karat white gold déployant buckle. Here with very nicely textured meteorite dial that has applied Roman numerals, and there are also very distinct red accents in the chronograph hands, as well as the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand as well. This is once again Rolex Cosmograph reference 116519, a white gold Rolex Daytona on the leather strap with a meteorite dial and an estimated value of 20,000 to 40,000 US dollars. We have the silver Panda 116509, meaning 18 karat white gold case and bracelet, presented on the matching white gold oyster bracelet with polished center links, silver sunburst dial backgrounds, silver sunburst main dial, and black subdials for contrast for this chronograph. This is lot 123 of the Dubai edit of Christie's, an online auction with its box and papers. This Rolex Daytona 116509 has an estimated value of 35,000 to 55,000 US dollars. At 126, we have a great example of a 90s Daniel Roth chronograph. This is the master's chronograph, so um, it is one built on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400 base. As you can see, it has kind of a two-tone silver dial, Breguet frosting for the hours track with the numbers inscribed in Roman numerals. The main dial is in a kind of darker shade of gray and carries those vertical stripes that are part of the visual language, that are one of the biggest identifiers of Daniel Roth watches. The hands, the arrow hands, as well as the chronograph hands, are beautifully heat blued, so they generally jump off the dial. And there is actually a little bit of lume on this dial in the form of small pips for each hour marker, but they must have expired since this watch is from early 90s and they're probably filled with tritium, but it has taken on a kind of patina that matches the yellow gold shades of the case. This is the caliber DR400, which is finished in an austere but also quality manner. The case is numbered on the back, as you can see, which is usually the case with Daniel Roth watches. A beautiful prestige chronograph built on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400 base in 18 karat yellow gold in that distinctive ellipsocurvex shape. This is the Daniel Roth Masters chronograph, reference 247X40, with an estimated value of 10,000 to 15,000 US dollars. At lot 5026, we have one of my favorite recent, well, neo vintage, we have to say. This is recent enough for me since it's from 1999. It's a beautiful white gold Calatrava with micro rotor movement, Geneva seal, built on that 240 base, a slate gray dial that from a certain angle looks almost like a deep navy blue. You have highly stylized Breguet numerals for the indices, small seconds placed off center between 4 and 5, and Breguet hands that match the case material. Very beautiful, very classical piece at around 34 millimeters and a micro rotor caliber with a full 22 carats rotor weight. This should be a very elegant and subtle dress piece. 5026G, this Patek Philippe Calatrava in white gold with Breguet numerals on a subtle but striking slate gray dial, off-center small seconds. This piece is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 12,000 to 20,000 US dollars. At 128, we have a fantastic dress watch by Vacheron Constantin from 1954. Gothic Arabic numerals, small seconds, pencil hands, and a railroad track for the minutes. Stainless steel case, almost 35 millimeters. Screw down case back. This is a beautiful hand wound, but in a way sporty dress watch from the 50s. Vacheron Constantin patrimony in 35 millimeter stainless steel case and a hand wound caliber, and an estimated value of 5 to 10,000 US dollars. At lot 136, we have seen one of these. This is Patek Philippe desk clock that is built after the aesthetics of old school marine chronometers, but it is actually a quartz piece, as you have seen right here. It is marked with German stickers with the time of battery replacement, which I suppose was last done actually in year 2000. So it must be about time. Hope they removed the battery because we don't want it to leak, of course. There's an inner plate which has the initials of the first owner, I'm assuming. It is inscribed with 1980 as the dates. A three-hander, again, on a kind of opaline white dial, Roman numerals, Breguet hands, and a centrally deployed seconds hand. Two lovely accents in that wooden box. Mahogany and gilt brass with a coin edge bezel for the primary dial. The dimensions are 74 by 124 by 159, all in millimeters. This is Patek Philippe Navi quartz, reference 1215 Mark III, an electronic and marine chronometer at lot 136 with an estimated value of 2 to 4 thousand US dollars. At 135, we have an ultra thin rectangular piece, kind of like a Vachon Constantin tank with those stepped flanks and sapphires for the 12-hour markers. Dauphine hands, a crown over the signature of the brand. This piece is built on a quartz movement, which it proudly declares at 6 o'clock on the face of it. It comes on Vachon Constantin branded travel roll and on its original strap as well. The case seems very healthy and unabused, which is always a great sight. The piece is from 1982, and again, that crown you have seen upon the signature is the so-called Hashemite crown. So it's a symbol of the kingdom of Jordan. It's an 18 karat tank style watch by Vachon Constantin from early 80s with sapphire indices, with its travel roll, travel pouch, running on a quartz movement. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000 US dollars. There we go. We have Roger Dubuis, much more, which is kind of their rectangular design that looks very much like the Frank Müller Long Island, which of course is not a coincidence since the designer for that model, Carlos Diaz, was also Roger Dubuis' partner in the former establishing his independent brand. Spade hands with a wonderfully intricate guilloche dial here with these quirky, oversized Arabic numerals in a curved rectangular case. It's a white gold dress piece with round-shaped movements that you can look at through a porthole-like design on the back. The case is very nicely contoured and has stubby shorts, officer-style lugs, very ergonomic, very forward-looking, and this piece actually comes with its full set that includes all the documents, which partly has the measurements also from the observatory in Besançon, France. So you are getting a piece that aspires to the best of those chronometric standards. And obviously, I should say, since that was Roger Dubuis' aspiration at the time as a Genevan watchmaker, a caliber that carries the hallmark of Geneva as well. This is Roger Dubuis's Art Deco watch, much more, in a limited edition white gold case with a guilloche dial from 2005. It comes with a stainless steel pin buckle. It has an estimated value of $4,000 to $8,000 US. At 133, we have a watch by the rising independent brand Chapek, full set, Antarctique, comes with its box, papers, additional leather strap and rubber strap, as well as the tools for quick strap change. Here you can glimpse at the caliber SX H5, which is the first movement that Chapek conceived, designed, and produced in-house, with a micro rotor that has a platinum weight and these partially skeletonized finger bridges that hold the gear train together. It's a fantastic architecture on this caliber. You have a depth rating of 120 millimeters, which is quite respectable for this particular genre. This is, again, a limited edition that was one of 99 Terre Adli in stainless steel with a unique dial in two-tone silver and dates at 6 o'clock. This piece has an estimated value of $15,000 to $25,000. One of my favorite things about this particular watch is, of course, how it integrates the initial of the brands, the C, in terms of these tapering interlinks on the bracelet, the C of Chapek. This is lot 133 with an estimated value of 15 to 25. The Chapek Antarctique Terre Adélie. At lot 130, we have a Rolex Submariner Hulk, which has now been discontinued for a few years already. Reference 116610 LV, lunette verte, for the green bezel. Of course, these pieces had a striking green sunburst dial as well. This particular example comes with the box and papers, as one should expect from a watch of this sort. Is from 2019, so that last year before it was discontinued. Lot 130 is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 12,000 to 20,000 in US dollars. Which one were we talking about? Computerwelt. Everyone does this too, and I understand. Of course, you are reacting in real time, but I don't always get to your chats immediately because, again, I run the show on my own, and I can't look at 3-4 things at once. So it always helps when you tell me what it is that you like that much. Lot 131 is Panerai Radiomir, 1940, DLC coated stainless steel piece. Has that sandwich style, of course, with um, lots of lume shining right through that fusile hand for the seconds at 9 o'clock. It is a particular aesthetic for sure. The 3-day power reserve made for the Paneristi as a special edition. There is relief on the case back, Paneristi forever, it says. Of course, comes as a full set and with a certificate that testifies its number in the series of 500 units. This is lot 131, Radiomir 1940, 3 days PAM 00532, with a distinctly blacked out aesthetic, black dial, black sandwich dial, and a DLC coated stainless steel cushion case. Lot 131 has an estimated value of 3,000 to 6,000 US dollars. Lot 132 is beautiful combination of lapis lazuli and 18 carats pink gold. As you can see, you have these inlays on bark finished bracelets that is integrated into this square-like case, which has a lapis lazuli dial, a very interesting gold frame around it, and another bezel that, in fact, has lapis lazuli stones that are cut in a certain way. You might mistake them for sapphires at first blush. I wouldn't blame you. That's what I thought as well. This is a reference 9200 C426. A very interesting bracelet with finely articulated links that have lapis lazuli inlays. And a lapis lazuli dial, lapis lazuli bezel, great interplay of yellow gold, the yellow of gold and the blue of lapis lazuli. This piece at lot 132 has an estimated value of 10 to 20,000 US dollars. I think that more or less completes the Dubai edit. I'm going to drop the link once more. So if you want me to pay particular attention or go back to one of the lots in this auction, please feel free. If you want to jump on the panel and talk watches with me, here's the link for that, but it is pinned on the chat anyways. That was my presentation of the second half of the pieces, some very interesting ones, some special editions, and others that are quite hard to find from this Dubai edit of an online auction organized by Christie's. Bidding starts in a little more than 2 hours. So be ready, but you will have until May 4th, 4 p.m. local time to bid on these watches, which add up altogether to 136 lots. I wanted to take a look at some of the timed pieces at in Eichen auctions. As you know, throughout the year, they at in Eichen, which is based in Zurich, they have curated auctions that are based around the theme. You know, sometimes it focuses on a particular kind of complication, say calendars, sometimes on a specific historical time period, like this one, neo vintage timepieces, which happens online and which I have covered here and which is ending in less than a week now. Um, or independent brands, that's another theme. This is going to be actually their participation in the Geneva spring auction season. It is going to be held in Geneva. Um, but they also have a constant circulation of half a dozen or so timepieces that are offered on their website, and that, as always, are not subject to buyer's premium and are also offered both in an auction style model, but also with a fixed price always. That can be an attractive way of ending the auction at any point in time with that sort of bid. For example, let's look at this Cartier tank asymétrique. This is a piece from 2006. Not much needs to be said here. You get the white red box treatment, full set, that was apparently bought from Cartier boutique in Harrods, London. In 18 carats yellow gold with the asymmetrical case, the Roman numerals as well as the railroad track for the minutes is placed in that slanted fashion as well to fit the angles of the case. You have a silvered dial that has a striking rosette pattern, guilloche decoration, and a heat blued pair of Breguet style hands. The crown that is very subtle and that sits almost flush on the case has a beaded grip and sapphire cabochon to put it off. The invisible Cartier signature at 7 o'clock on this tank asymétrique at lot 168 at in Eichen. The buy it now price is 56,000 US dollars. The piece is currently being bid at 25,750 with about a week to go until the end of this auction. At lot 168, we have Vachon Constantin Patrimony Retrograde. This is in platinum with an open worked dial. It's a 37 millimeter platinum case with extended stepped lugs. The Maltese cross proudly presented on the gear train, retrograde date that is expressed on scale, which is in the upper half of the dial and is in the form of a downward facing crescent. And you also have at around 6 o'clock a pointer indicator for the day of the week. A wonderful step like Côte de Genève decoration that takes the center stage through this open worked dial. The lugs are beautifully stepped. You have the Maltese cross tank buckle that hopefully matches the case. We can double check that. No, actually, it is in white gold. That is a shame. But this is it's a beautiful retrograde piece. Fantastic dress watch with an open work dial, with a skeletonized dial. It's a day date with a retrograde date function from Vacheron Constantin from around year 2000, I believe, in a 37 millimeter platinum case on a leather strap, white gold buckle. There's a buy it now option at 28,000 US dollars, but with about a week to go, the current bid stands at 17,350 US dollars. The piece comes on its original presentation box, as well as the literature and the certificate of origin. At lot 165, we have Ulysse Nardin two-hander, a very striking dress watch in pink gold, an open work dial that proudly exhibits a hand engraved and rhodium plated movement. The onion crown offers a nice grip, and the heat blue Breguet hands improve the legibility, what could have otherwise been quite a nightmare. There's a nicely finished chaptering for the hours, which are inscribed in Roman numerals on it. This is Ulysse Nardin. The branding is in the form of a plaque on the left flank of the case. Sapphire on the case back as well. And the matching pink gold déployant clasp completes the picture. This is lot 165, an Ulysse Nardin skeleton, hand-wound piece in a 44 millimeter pink gold case, open worked and hand engraved rhodium plated movement. The piece has a fixed price of 16,800 US dollars. The current bid stands at 7,300 US dollars with 6 days to go. And according to the disruptive practices of In Eichen Zurich, there's no buyer's premium involved either. At 164, we have a Piaget Altiplano in pink gold. This is Piaget's thin dress watch, time and date, 40 millimeters in pink gold here, perfectly round with extended lugs, a kind of stepped dial that has a subtle recess for the center and something a little more accented at for the oversized second subdial at around 5 o'clock. You have the date at 9 o'clock as well. Kind of simplified aesthetic as well that reflects the ultra thin expression of the watch. Beautiful oversized micro rotor for that caliber that is at once self-winding but also incredibly sleek. Matching tank buckle in pink gold. The movements, bridge plates are beautifully finished in this circular Côte de Genève pattern, which is reflected on the micro rotor in matching pink gold as well. Inner and outer box and the papers for this Piaget Altiplano in pink gold for lot 164. It is being bid at 10,100 with 6 days to go. At 162, there's a lovely example of an IWC Ingenieur perpetual calendar in 18 karat yellow gold. A nice white dial. This is, of course, the Kurt Klaus module for the perpetual calendar, where you can arrange everything from the crown. No other pushers or correctors on the case band or anywhere at all. Everything is synchronously arranged from the crown. You have a 4-digit expression of the date, even between 7 and 8 o'clock, and a full German perpetual calendar with day of the week at 9 o'clock, month at 6 o'clock, a pointer date at 3 o'clock, and finally a moon phase at 12 o'clock. And I believe that's an Aventurine background for the night sky. For once, the recessed bezel is perfectly aligned. Well, not perfectly aligned, but almost aligned with 12 o'clock. So that can be somewhat reassuring for the OCD inclined among us. The piece is actually presented on a leather strap with those end links. I think has a very nice aesthetic that somehow matches the prestige of the caliber. It's matched with a yellow gold IWC pin buckle as well. This is actually the reduced case size, so to me, even more impressive to look at as a perpetual calendar at 35 millimeters. This is lot 162, IWC Ingenieur perpetual calendar in 18 karat yellow gold, 35 millimeter yellow gold case, presented on a leather strap. There is a fixed price of 11,200 US dollars for this item, which is currently being bid at 4,600 US dollars with 6 days left on the clock. At 163, we have an increasingly popular piece by Parmigiani. Parmigiani Fleurier has perhaps discontinued this particular line of chronographs, but since King Charles III has acceded to the throne and is going to be officially crowned in about 2 weeks, this piece has gone from length to length. It is probably uh, a very interesting um, coincidence, or perhaps a very educated purchase on the part of King Charles III, who was at the time Prince of Wales and who sent an agent of his to get him this particular Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph in yellow gold when he was in Switzerland on a ski trip. And it has been on his wrist ever since. It's made it into his first official portraits. It's seen on his wrist in public appearances. Chances are that it will be on his wrist when he is crowned as the king in about 2 weeks' time. His is in yellow gold. This is in pink gold, lot 163. Um, let's take a look. It has that distinctive, finely fluted bezel. Here, an opaline white dial with Arabic numerals and a very quirky expression of dates. Don't be alarmed, even though the date is between 1 and 2 o'clock rather than 4 and 5. This is still a piece that's built on the Zenith El Primero caliber 400 with continuous running seconds at 9, 12-hour counter at 6, and a 30-minute totalizer at 3. As you can see, a sapphire cabochon is set on the crown as well. The spare hands reflect the somewhat off the beaten path, quirky nature of this watch. The pin buckle is also echoing that fluted finish. And the case back is just as elegant because it has a stepped bezel that frames the sapphire crystal, which allows you to admire the column wheel self-winding chronograph movement that is built on the Zenith El Primero caliber 400 base with a custom Parmigiani rotor in full gold that is decorated with a guilloche pattern in barley corn that has become one of the visual cues of this brand. Again, you are getting a beautiful prestige chronograph that's built on one of the first, if not the first, integrated self-winding chronograph movements, one of the most legendary self-winding chronograph movements. These were great deals. They have a little bit of a hype behind them, but not enough to drive the prices to an insane range just yet, at least not to the level of early Parmigiani Fleurier. In this case, we have Memovox. As always, you caught me in the middle, so I have I have said this. I said this is not his watch. This is in pink gold. This has an opaline white dial. This has the Arabic numerals. King Charles's piece. I was probably the first to make a video on it on YouTube. You can watch it. It's called A Tale of Two Chronographs. I'm gonna send the link. So rest assured, if anyone gets it wrong, it's not gonna be me. And check it out right there. Charles's piece has a yellow gold case, a guilloche decoration, kind of like a barley corn guilloche decoration in the middle, a double stepped bezel, finely fluted with um, that coin edging, and heat blued hands all around. It's and Roman numerals, if I haven't said it anyway. So this would be Charles's piece as I presented in the video. And the piece that is offered in this auction is in pink gold and has several aesthetic distinctions, even though the styling is very close, and it is based on the same movement. I'll be right back for the last hour of the broadcast. Feel free to hit the like button. And if you would like me to respond to any questions, feel free to write them up in the chat as well. All right. I am back. And for the last hour or so, we are going to look at this affiliate of Bonhams in Stockholm. They're called Bukowskis, and they have actually interesting auctions on watches that are open for bidding online as well. This one is going to take place live on April 26th in Stockholm, starting at, pardon me, 7 p.m. in Central European Summertime. But the bidding has already opened, so you can place your bids online and in advance. And there are a lot of interesting pieces, as you can see, that run the gamut from some interesting Pateks, recent Rolexes, very niche vintage Hoyas, some usual suspects from Rolex and Patek and others, and some very interesting contemporary and vintage pieces as well in the mix. These are almost always a fascinating experience to go through because the the pieces genuinely fall through cracks. I mean, it's not like there's no market for these pieces in Scandinavia, don't take me wrong, but still sometimes there are such attractive deals that just go unnoticed by most of the collectors public who don't even know that these auctions happen. So um, it's my pleasure to bring you some of these pieces, give them a little more exposure, but also give you a little bit of a taste. And I like their curation in a certain sense because it's a little more off the beaten path. It's not it's not always hype pieces and very heavy hitting vintage pieces. A lot of times you have a lot of, very humble vintage pieces, um, more niche collector's items. Look at this, for example, right? You have a two-tone 40s chronograph by Vacheron Constantin in a tasteful combination of stainless steel and pink gold with a beautifully preserved dial that has a Crone finish at the center. Uh, the dial fixtures as well as the hour and minutes hand matches the pink gold lugs and crown and pushers as well. The lugs are somewhere between teardrop and the pardon me, Maltese Falcon's talons, I guess, to fit with the theme. The piece is presented on a generic leather strap and with a generic stainless steel buckle, but the case itself seems very well preserved and just aesthetically pleasing. As you can see, the chronograph hands as well as the continuous running seconds hand is heat blued. Such a great piece to find in this condition. 36 millimeter case, but should wear slightly larger thanks to those stylized lugs. This is lot 127, a 40s chronograph by Vacheron Constantin. Um, from this auction important timepieces at Bukowski's that's going to take place on April 26th in Stockholm. The lower end of the estimated value is the equivalent of 38,750 in US dollars. At lot 123, we have a red Submariner 1680 with a ghost bezel. Of course, red writing for the Submariner. Service papers, as well as the original papers. The original bracelet, which seems absolutely shut as well. Even the anchor, a pretty nice set indeed. I like that they have saved the bracelet and matched it with the more modern 93 150 Oyster. That's the most modern, that's the most contemporary Oyster bracelet you can match with these 4-digit Rolex Submariners. And it is actually a great way of wearing them on a daily basis, especially if you like that look, if you like the classic Rolex Professional Series look. This is a 1680 with a Mark 5 red dial. This is the original bracelet that seems unfortunately shot. You can see how the diver's extension is bent even, but you have the original presentation box, the warranty card, a ghost bezel. What else would you want? This is an absolute classic. And at lot 123, this piece has an estimated value, which at the lower end is an equivalent of $14,500. At lot 120, we have 33.5 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold Hoya chronograph from mid 40s with the big eyes, these oversized chronograph registers, one for the continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock and one for the 30 minutes totalizer at 3. Stepped lugs on this beautiful yellow gold case. This piece does come with on a generic leather strap with a gold plated pin buckle. But again, the case seems very well preserved. The dial is unrestored, even if it has seen better days. This is a Hoya Big Eye chronograph that runs on a Valjoux 23 movement from around 1945. The piece has the baseline of that estimate estimates at around $1,500, 1,500. At 119, we have pre-ceramic bluesy as a beautiful full set. A great piece. One of the legendary two-tone watches by Rolex. A stainless steel case matched with a gold bezel, gold crown, and an oyster bracelet in this case with polished 18 karat yellow gold center links. The dial has that slight purplish hue in it as well. The bezel itself being a very rich navy-like blue. A stunning example, a full set of a two-tone Rolex Submariner 11613 from around 1997, and the lower end of the estimates places the value of this watch right around 8,700 US dollars. That was lot 119 for the Rolex Bluesy Submariner. We have an Omega Speedmaster from mid 70s. Of course, beating with caliber 861 that was introduced almost concurrently with the moon landing. One of the biggest marketing campaigns in watches of all time. I think we give a lot of credit to Rolex, but Omega took a really large step with the Speedmaster, and history would have been probably written differently if the quartz crisis didn't set on almost right after that huge triumph in horological history, in the horological space race for Omega. Um, as as Neil Armstrong has said, that was one small step for a man and one giant leap for Omega, and the rest is history. This is lot 118, an Omega Speedmaster hand-wound chronograph on the 861 caliber from mid 70s. The lower end of the estimates places the value of this watch right around 2,900 US dollars. Please hit the like button when you can. It genuinely helps. It makes a great difference. We have a Rolex day date from early 80s at lot 116. This, by the way, is the page I'm on if you would like to take a look at it with me. If you want me to pay attention to any of the particular lots, this is 116, a Rolex day date, 18 karat yellow gold on a matching president bracelet from around 1982 with the classic champagne dial, one of the most iconic Rolex watches of all time, of course, in its purest state, to put it some other way. This is the Rolex day date 18038 at lot 116. The low end of the estimates is the equivalent of 11,600 US dollars, roughly speaking. At lot 114, we have the original Vacheron Constantin 222 with stainless steel with a cream dial that has taken on a little bit of an unseemly patina, to be honest, but it can perhaps be a cause of a good deal, perhaps. It has its papers as well as service papers, I believe. This is the original Vacheron Constantin integrated bracelet stainless steel watch in what is otherwise a pretty enviable condition as well, from right around 1980. That at least is its date of purchase. This is lot 114 for a stainless steel Vacheron Constantin 222 with the lower end of the estimates that places the value of the watch at around 43,000 US dollars. Absolutely ridiculous if you ask me, but it is what it is. The market has gone crazy on certain pieces that they couldn't sell for a fraction, and it is a shame, but there's no way that this is worth that kind of money. I'm sorry. I'm sure there are a lot of Vacheron Constantin fans in the audience. I consider myself one, but I think it's unconscionable how the prices have skyrocketed when it comes to these sorts of late 70s, 80s examples of the 222, because no one would touch them with a 10-foot pole just 5 years ago. Again, not even at a fraction of these prices. At 113, we have reference 16700. This piece actually is a GMT master, even though it is from the 90s. It is thinner, much sleeker than certainly 16760, the Sophia Loren, so to speak, but also from 16710, which has, of course, the GMT Master 2 functionality, which allows you to quickly cycle through with the jumping hour hand. As you can see, the bracelet has been very heavily polished, with the coronet almost disappearing on the clasp, which is not the most pleasing thing to see aesthetically, and it can testify to the state of polishing everywhere else in the watch as well. And you can kind of see that maybe the lugs have also seen the same sort of misplaced enthusiasm, which is unfortunate because the watch otherwise seems to be in a decent condition. Well, to be fair, now that I've seen it from a better angle, the case doesn't look too bad in terms of polishing. The piece does come with its original warranty papers. It was bought in Luxembourg, apparently, in 1990, and it is now going up for auction on April 26th in Stockholm at Bukowski's. And the lower end of that estimate places the value of this watch right around 9,600 US dollars. We have a very interesting example of Zenit El Primero in a model that's called Surf with a cushion-shaped case, of course, built on that high beat chronograph caliber, El Primero, caliber 400, with big eyes for the continuous running seconds at 9 and the 30-minute totalizer at 3, and the smaller register for the 12-hour counter with the date glimpsing with the dates that can be glimpsed between 4 and 5 o'clock. A nice uh, silver dial that is vertically brushed and has unfortunately seen better days, though I think those are scratches on the crystal, to be fair. I think the dial itself is in decent condition. Obviously, it's hard to judge from just photographs, but it seems that the dial is clean. It's just the crystal that's very heavily and almost aggressively scratched. This piece comes in its original presentation case and is a beautiful and unique example of Zenit El Primero chronograph. A rather aggressive ding as well on the, I think, right, like, is it around 5 o'clock? I think that's the lug. But otherwise, everything looks very nice. A couple of dings. The crystal is very scratched, but after some TLC, this piece might be lovely to wear on a regular basis. Lot 106, Zenit Surf El Primero from early 70s, built, of course, on the Zenit El Primero chronograph caliber in a 36 millimeter case, with the lower end of that estimate placed right around 1,500 US dollars. At 104, we have a lovely patinated example of Rolex Explorer 2 with the polar dial. The tritium indices have turned into this beautiful eggshell color with the patina they have taken on over the years. This piece is from late 90s, so it still has the tritium luminous material, which has, of course, expired. The case and the bracelet seem to be in a decent state. It comes in a presentation box and its outer box, even though the papers are nowhere to be seen. And it needs to be noted that the hands, even though I don't always expect them to age in a perfectly matching manner, have seemingly, yeah, they're significantly different. They look snow white in terms of their luminous material compared to how the tritium, the expired tritium, looks in the hour markers. So that might be a good question to direct to the auction experts before you entertain making a move on it, to see if the dial, if the hands might have been changed during a service, for example. But that being said, this piece has an estimated value that places it at the lower end, right around 6,700. So it can be an interesting deal if it doesn't get caught up in a bidding battle, bidding war, I should say. At 103, we have a Blue Bay Niemann's edition from last year. This is an authorized dealer based in Sweden, which apparently surprised its employees. That commemorates the strong and long-standing partnership between Niemann's Uhr and Rolex slash Tudor, one of only 51 examples from last year that has their logo at 6 o'clock, which matches the blue color scheme of the watch. Of course, this is a Black Bay 58 with the blue dial and the blue bezel that kind of harkens back to those watches that those submariners that Tudor supplied the frogman of the Marine Nationale, French Navy. This piece is from about 2 years ago, and it is also engraved on the case back as the Newman's limited edition, a Tudor Black Bay 58, a limited run of 51 examples, and the lower end of the estimated value places it at around 3,400 US dollars, 3,400. Lot 100 is Jaeger LeCoultre Reverso in stainless steel and in the now established Kantai size. That is 26 by 42. You have the beautiful gear-shade rectangular center dial, the seconds dial subdial that mimics it at 6 o'clock, and of course, the iconic rectangular case shape that has uh, the three lines of Godron on each end of the main case. The piece comes with inner box, outer box, and papers, and a butterfly déployant clasp as well. Of course, the hands are heat blued, which provide a great contrast with that two-tone silvered dial, brushed on the hour track, guilloché at the center of the dial. And this piece from around 2011 is listed here at Bukowski's Stockholm at lot 100, and the lower end of the estimate places the value of this watch right around 3,900 US dollars. At lot 99, we have an IWC Portuguese perpetual calendar. Again, a beautiful expression of that Kurt Klaus genius. Everything can be adjusted synchronously through the crown. You have the 4-digit expression of the year between 7 and 8 o'clock. You have the power reserve also at 3 o'clock, which is encircled in the pointer dates. You have continuous running seconds, which is at 9 o'clock, which is encircled with the day of the week. You have the indicator for the months at 6 o'clock. And in fact, you have a moon phase indicator at 12, which gives you the moon phase for not only the northern hemisphere, but also the southern hemisphere as well. This is an 18 karat yellow gold version in an oversized case. That's, I think, 44 millimeter plus in white gold. Comes with its warranty card, papers, product literature, as well as the presentation case. Matching déployant clasp in 18 karat white gold. A sapphire case back that gives you a glimpse of the self-winding movement. Pretty striking piece that looks at once very utilitarian and distinguished. At lot 99, this is an IWC Portuguese perpetual calendar with the double moon phase. Its estimates, its pre-auction estimates, places its value right above $20,000 at its lower end. We're entering the last 15, 20 minutes of tonight's broadcast. So please hit the like button if you haven't already. It really helps and it doesn't cost you anything. So I would really appreciate it. If you have any last gasp questions, if you want me to take a look and dive deep on any of these lots at this auction, feel free to send in your question with a super chat. If you have any other watch related questions, you can also send it in with a super chat. If you would like to contribute to the channel, which is a fully independent platform that is completely at the behest of its audience, entirely at the service of its audience, um, not in the pocket of some gray market dealer, not led or directed by the industry or any auction house. Um, so if you want me to stay autonomous, self reliant, and independent, you can always contribute. The links are provided in the video description, and I'm going to actually pin them in the chat as well. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for your presence to begin with. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's a pleasure to talk watches with you. It's certainly a privilege to share my passion with you. At 93, we have Patek Philippe Calatrava with the sector dial. This is from about 10 years ago already, with the reference number 5296R. Here in pink gold with that two-tone silver sector dial. It arrives as a full set. And an extra travel pouch as well. This piece was apparently previously sold by Christie's Watches Online, the Geneva edit as well. A nice example of the 5296R, the sector dial Patek Philippe Calatrava in pink gold. This piece has an estimated value that places the minimum at around $16,000 and more. I really like that two-tone sector dial on this. Would have been perfect without the dates at 3, but some people in fact prefer it that way. I also like the slightly oversized and beautifully heat blued feuille hands, lovely three-hander with the date at 3 o'clock at lot number 98. At lot 96, we have a jumbo chronograph from Omega in stainless steel. 38.5 millimeters is the case diameter, and it is a multimeter scale with the tachymeter written in blue on the outer periphery of the dial. There's also a pulsometer graduated to 15 pulsations written in red. There's a lot of patina on the dial, which is quite pleasing at the center of the dial, but has effaced or erased parts of the scales, especially the tachometer scale, on the perimeter. So that's a little unseemly, but it's not something that is horrible because the piece is otherwise very handsome and rather well preserved. Hand wound piece in stainless steel, multimeter scale, two register chronograph from the 40s from Omega. The pre auction estimates places its value at the lower end, right around 6,800 US dollars. At lot number 93, we have the Sir Michael Caine special, the Oyster Quartz day dates, the reference 19018. This is the quartz operated version of the Rolex day dates. They also had this in the Datejust. I really love the integrated version of the President bracelets. I think this piece looks like an absolute classic. Of course, it runs on a quartz caliber that thankfully Rolex still services. It's a lovely piece and in a great condition as well. These used to be, again, looked down upon, frowned upon for the last 2 decades, but they have somehow survived. And nowadays they are seeing a little bit of a renewed attention from collectors. And why shouldn't it? Because it's a beautiful looking piece. And if you have kind of collected all the usual suspects, you're looking for a little bit of challenge, you're looking for something a little less predictable. And the Oyster Quartz, if you want to stick with Rolex, gives you certainly some room to navigate those pitfalls that a lot of collectors experience. This is lot 93, and Oyster Quartz day dates on its integrated presidential bracelets from late 70s. The pre-auction estimates places the value of this piece right around 8,700, 8,700 US dollars at its lower end. The last 10 minutes, by the way, so I will cover probably about 3 more watches, and then I will say goodbye until tomorrow. We have one of my absolute favorite pieces. This is the 5107, the predecessor to 5127. The white gold Patek Philippe Calatrava, in this case from early 2000s, with the crown guards. Date at 3 o'clock. The beautiful gold beads for the minute track, the Dauphine hands that match the baton indexes. Comes with the certificate of origin. It was apparently bought from Madrid in 2004. Beautiful silver dial. In many ways, a very elegant and slightly sporty version of the Calatrava from early 2000s. This piece also comes practically as a full set, as mentioned previously, with an extra strap, a certificate of origin, all the documents and product literature, as well as the presentation case, exhibition case back that looks onto that uh, old school self-winding caliber that, of course, still carries at that time the hallmark of Geneva. The matching Patek Philippe tank buckle in 18 karat white gold. Beautiful piece, subtle piece, elegant piece at lot 92, which at the lower end of that estimate is valued around 15,500 US dollars. At lot 86, we have an Audemars Piguet Jules Audemars chronograph, two register look, a very nice case design, an enamel dial that has these beautifully black Breguet numerals, 41 millimeter pink gold case. That's double initial folding clasp, which was designed by no other than Emmanuel Gates, who also, among other things, designed the Royal Oak Offshore for Audemars Piguet. Beautiful set of spade hands for this piece that was made around 2010. Reference number 26100 OR. I should fix, it is actually a white lacquered dial apparently, so that's my mistake with painted black Breguet numerals over it. It still preserves a very classic and distinguished look in a slightly oversized pink gold case. This is lot 86, AP Jules Audemars chronograph from around 2010, and with an estimated value that is right around 13,500 in US dollars. Two more watches for tonight. Let's do 82 and 81. I will start with this in the next live stream. I'll start with this auction. The rest of the Bukowski's Stockholm auction. Bukowski is an affiliate of Bonhams, and this is their imported timepieces auction that's coming up. A gold-plated version of Breitling 806, which runs on the Venus 178 hand-wound chronograph caliber. Here with gilt rose plating. A solid stainless steel case back. Presented on a generic strap. The dial has been preserved relatively well. That is something to be appreciated. Of course, the loom has expired, but by and large, you see a lovely expression of all the variations of colors here, black with gilt accents, and of course, patinated off-white in chronograph registers as well as the outer scale. This is the Breitling Navitimer from mid 60s, a gold-plated reference 806 with the Twin Jets logo. This piece at lot 82 has a pre-auction estimate that puts its value right around 3,000 US dollars at the lower end. And last but not least, lot 81 is a beautiful Universal Genève Unicompax from early 50s, a 2-register chronograph in around 32 millimeters, a speckled or mottled dial that has patinated rather evenly, so it doesn't look unseemly. You have Arabic numerals and a tachometer scale that is printed in blue, which is a lovely accent that matches the heat blued chronograph hands. The case is relatively well preserved, and the watch is matched with a Hirsch lizard skin bracelet. Lovely piece, lovely 2-register chronograph that is of a bygone age from early 1950s at lot 81 for the important timepieces at Bukowski's auction in Stockholm. That's going to take place on April 26th. The pre-auction estimate of this watch places its value at around 1,450 in US dollars at the lower end. Hey, Chili, I was just about to leave, but it is really nice to see you. Um, thank you so much for your support earlier today. Thank you so much for your super chats. I have covered a couple of different auctions today. I appreciate everyone's presence and support in the chat. Please hit the like button on your way out. Especially grateful to Washington football fan and Jake Brooks for the super chats. If you want to tune in tomorrow, I will be finishing up this important timepieces at Bukowski's auction, but I have today covered the Christie's Dubai edit, threw into the mix a few watches from In Eichen that have been curated for their timed auctions. And tomorrow I'll be back with some more watches from Bukowski's and maybe also Antiquorum as well. I think there are some very interesting pieces coming up in the spring auction season, which I'm trying to cover for you as exhaustively as possible. So I hope you get something out of it. I really appreciate you. Feel free to catch up with me tomorrow if you want to support the channel, if you want to contribute to it some way. You know how it is in the rolling ticker. It is actually pinned in the chat as well and included in the video description. If you join me on Patreon, you get some exclusive content on a daily basis. I send you 3 deals on watches that I've come across online, um, and they present immediate value propositions. But the most important thing is the fact that I take you along on this educational and informative journey and actually go through my reasoning in choosing these pieces. Every This happens every day, adds up to about 100 different watches per month. And I think the rates are very reasonable if you would like to check them out on that link that I provide for my Patreon. Ultimately, again, I curate them on specific things. It might be focused on a particular model, on a specific complication, on a particular decade, on the genre of, say, dress watches, time only, chronograph, perpetual calendar. And in each case, I make a selection and then I share my findings with you, and I share what I like, what I appreciate, and what maybe is also some imperfections about every single piece. So check it out. I'm sure you'll find something that you can uh, perhaps you would be interested in on my Patreon. No worries. If not, hitting the like button is free, and I already appreciate that a lot. Thank you for being with me today. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you especially for the super chats in this session, Washington football fan and Jake Brooks. I really, really appreciate you. I will see all of you tomorrow in the next show. Until then, please be safe, stay healthy, wear your watches, and enjoy them. I'll see you in the next time and the next one. Until then, adieu. Take care.